Yeah. Get started. So Kirk, take it away.
Yeah, I'd like to call this meeting to order and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Somebody in the room there want to start with this, Sharon?
Sure. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. With liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. We're now looking for a motion to approve the agenda.
I make a motion to approve the agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion on the floor to approve the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Do we have a motion on the floor to approve the consent agenda?
Kirk, I think we should make a motion to table this, item F and item G on the consent agenda, and table it or put it as a line item so we can discuss on it or talk an executive session on renewal of certified contracts.
So we,
I think we need to have a motion to approve the consent agenda and then open it for discussion, and then Briggs would make a motion to amend that, remove those items. If I'm not, I think, unless someone else knows differently.
No, I think that's correct, Alicia.
so with
Did
some
that make sense,
review,
Briggs?
Yeah, make a motion to remove F and G.
So first, we need to make a motion to approve the consent agenda, and then have, a second, so that means we can discuss it. And then Briggs would make a motion to remove items, what were they, Briggs, E and F?
F and G.
F and G.
F and G. So then Briggs would make an amendment to that motion to remove those two items. And then we would vote on the amendment.
Who made a motion? Already have a motion.
So to start the discussion, to have a discussion, we need a motion to accept the consent agenda. We have a motion to accept.
Sure, I'll make a motion. Yeah, I'll make a motion to accept it.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
And now we have some discussion. Briggs, you want to make a,
Yeah, I'd like-
you want to make an amendment to,
Yeah, to F and G on the consent agenda.
Is he making a motion to amend it?
I make a motion.
that we move F and G to
So I think we need,
executive session?
I think we need to have the discussion too.
no, G
Yeah,
can,
because I'm just curious of why. That's fine.
so we need to have two, because F can go to executive session, but G does not.
So I can second on F, or just make it an line item so we can discuss. So I think, discuss it. I think then we need to have the general discussion first before Briggs' motion, and then have Briggs make the motion. And F is one motion and G is one motion.
Well, I don't think it matters. I can make the motion as a board member to move it off of the consent agenda. It doesn't have to be discussed. We can discuss it, but the reason I'm discussing this is we're in the process of trying to do budgets, and we're asking for 2-year extensions on contracts when we don't even know what the holdback will be for next year. So, and we haven't even come to negotiations yet. I mean, contracts aren't even written up yet. So I haven't even seen a contract, and we're looking to approve for 2 years. I just don't think it's a good idea right now, especially when we don't know what's going to happen with the levy. I just want to see what happens for next month, finish MEA negotiations, and we can discuss how the contracts are going to look at that point. But I'd hate to tie our hands to contracts, and the contracts aren't even solidified yet, and we don't even know realistically what it's going to look like. I mean, as a taxpayer, that doesn't look great.
Okay, so I think before finish this, and then we need to, straighten out the motions to make sure we're doing it correctly.
So I would like also to have discussions about them, but for different reasons. I think it's okay to renew the contract, and the reason being is because if there's a financial hardship, which the big cuts in the state is part of that, and if there is, I can't remember, Ron, correct me, or Christian, is it extenuating, what two things reopen negotiations?
The
One is the
financial,
hardship, and then what was the second?
yeah, financial emergency, or if we got into a risk situation, that would allow us to address contracts.
And so really, I would disagree, Rick, that our hands are tied, because they wouldn't be. Because we already know the financial situation there, it would open that up for those pieces. But by continuing to discuss contracts, it helps us retain the people that we already have. Because this late in the year, if we don't get these contracts done, they're gonna go find other jobs.
No, I totally understand that, but I'm just saying from a business perspective, this is like handing out a blank check and having it signed. I mean, I have no idea what the contracts are gonna look like, and I'd like to see how our finances are gonna look. And we have time, they don't have to be turned in until July, correct, Sean?
So contracts don't have to be issued until July. However, that would put the district in a very precarious position. Contracts are generally issued in May. We do always have the option of going back and amending contracts, which would likely be the case now because negotiations aren't finished. So if
Well,
people,
this year is a unique year, so I would say, I mean, it's not like we're trying to push teachers out. I just want to see what it looks like before we commit or overcommit. Because the reality of it is if we have to make adjustments and there's contracts signed, you can say everything that you want to say, but there's going to be obligations that go with that.
Which is
So
what,
before I sign off and have any interest in signing off on contracts, I would like to see one done. I'd like to see negotiations done so that we can make an educated decision on how we're moving forward with the school district.
well, and we're bound by the State Department's, we use the contract the State Department has. And so it's the same year after year. The only thing that typically changes is the amount of the contract. And as Alicia mentioned, if there's a financial emergency, we can reopen negotiations to change the outcome of salaries and benefits and the rest of negotiations.
So, Sharon, has there been a written formal evaluation done for all of these?
Yes, they were all
All
done.
these contracts?
Yes, they were all due April 30th.
Okay, so those are things I'd like to see as well, because I haven't seen those. And so I would like to see a couple of those, because all these are lumped in together. Realistically, we could itemize every single one of these, and I don't think we need to, but I think there needs to be discussion on what's the best for the school district.
Can I chime in first a second? I hope both sides. I agree to some extent. I think we need to, in my opinion, I would have rather seen some of this not lumped together. I think it's nothing against any of our admin or principals or anything for these 2-year contracts, but I kind of feel the same. I think like we're at a financial, and it's not just financial. What if something happens, or I just think a 1-year contract at this time puts this in better fiscal understanding to the community and to us than handing out 2-year contracts. And I know that we can say this has been done in the past, and it has nothing to do with them. They're a very great employees, but I just think as stewards of the finances, we have to do a better job. And I think just handing out 2-year contracts when we are, I mean, we talked about the holdbacks of the state, our current situation in the school district, the corona situation. I mean, if this were our own personal finances, would we be just signing contracts? And I kind of feel the same way. I haven't even seen, and maybe these teacher ones are repetitive. I would like to at least see one of these contracts before I say, oh yeah, I'm okay with it. I mean, I don't think any of you would ever sign anything if you haven't seen the contract. And I'm not saying that I don't trust you, Sharon. I hope you don't think. I just think that it's just good practice, good business practice to just show. And if there are 400 that are the same, I don't need 400. I'd like to see one contract so I know what we're signing off on. But I just think I believe that it shows fiscal responsibility on our end. And I love these people and I love what they're doing, but I don't think that they have anything to worry about if they sign a 1 or a 2 year. I just think it's better on our end than having to go back and having to adjust those if there is that financial. And that's just my 2 cents. And I agree with some of that and strongly disagree with others. I think because of the financial unrest in the world right now and the job insecurity, that I am fairly confident that we would lose some very key players in our district if we didn't offer a 2-year contract. And I'm not talking about people who may or may not be needed in the future. I'm talking about players who you know that you have to run a school district, regardless of if there's a few kids or 100 kids. And I, for reasons related to that, feel like I would be in support of moving this item F to executive session today, so we can discuss it further and maybe have those, conversations and get some of those contracts done so that those people can rest assured and we can have some support and let our teachers sleep at night knowing they have a job and not having to worry whether or not they're going to be, they've already been worried about furloughs and money and what it's going to look like, and at least they know they have a job. So they have a job, in my opinion.
Right, they're all still in contract, so,
Right.
yeah, right, but I guess like,
Some of them, the admin, some of the positions are extending. I just don't believe that's fiscally responsible to extend when we don't know what we're extending in the future. We don't know what next year will bring. I'm not saying that they're bad at all in any direction or any way. I just think you have nothing to worry about if you signed a 1 year or 2 year. So let's move forward with 1 year. That shows, you're right, we haven't done that in the past, but I think where we stand now has nothing to do with registration. If they don't feel like they can sign a 1 year because they're feel like they aren't beloved or whatever, well, I'm sorry, that has nothing to do with it. I love these people, but we are the stewards of the financial end of it. And if we're not doing our part and we're just handing out, because I just don't believe in that. But I think
let me ask you a question. Sharon, yeah, I totally agree with all three of you. Alicia, Marianne, and Briggs. But let me ask you a question. Sharon, what are other districts in our area doing? As far as admin, teachers, what are we?
Teachers are always
within reason? I mean, are they all doing 2 year contracts? Are they all doing individual 1 year contracts? How's that they do?
Teachers are always on a 1 year renewal. Other districts, when it comes to principals, are typically a 1 year. And when it comes to directors, it depends on the district.
Okay.
It does go case by case in all the different districts.
Sure, I get it.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I have no problem moving it over to, executive session to discuss further. If that's what we have is on the table.
So the way I understand, we have a motion to move item F into executive session.
Did Briggs make that
I'm
motion?
okay to make that motion. Yeah, I can make that motion, Kirk.
Okay.
So item F, renewal of certified.
So wait a second, wait, I think Briggs needs to amend his motion.
Because he has a motion on
Oh,
Because he has a motion on the table, so Briggs needs to amend his motion.
Okay, so I need to amend the motion to take F and G
Off of the
Just
consent agenda.
off of the consent agenda, right?
And F goes to executive.
Yes, F.
So we have to say
So now I think I think I second it, and now I can make a motion that only F go to, and then I think we'll have to have a second on that. Am I correct? I think we have to vote on braces first. Okay. We all have to vote on braces motion, and then Marianne can make a new motion. After offered the consent agenda, then Marianne can move them. Is that correct, Kristen or Strong?
Okay, say it one more time, just to make sure that I'm clear on what you're asking. Because I want to make sure we do this right.
So do we need to have a vote now that Briggs has made a motion and been seconded to take item F and G off of the consent agenda? And then Marianne can make a motion to move F to executive session and G to
Action.
table or whatever they decide to action item.
Yeah, so you are moving F and G from the consent agenda, moving it to an action item.
G to an action item and F to executive session.
And then there would be action resulting from executive session, yes. And then you can go back and approve the consent agenda with those
Okay,
items.
who made those motions to
But
amend?
you can lump F and G together, right?
Briggs would have had to modify
the
amendment. And then who seconded the motion?
Action, you don't have to do individually.
No, you can do them together.
Who seconded the amended motion?
Yeah.
Mary.
So first we need to call for the vote on removing them from the consent agenda.
So Kirk,
Yeah, so we have a motion on the floor to remove items F and G from the consent agenda. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And now I'll entertain a motion to move F and G to the action item in the executive.
So my question is, before we go to that though, if we're talking about certain personnel, shouldn't that be addressed? So it's understood what's being spoke about in executive session?
No,
For what one?
Okay,
it's the whole item. It's the whole renewal of certified contract.
but it has to fit within the evaluation,
right.
and it just must want a discipline here. Yeah.
So it fits
Are you
in.
talking about F and G breaks, or what are you talking about?
No, I was just saying if we needed that to be more specific, but it doesn't sound like it's all lumped together to begin with.
Yeah, G doesn't qualify for executive
No, it
session.
just
That
would go
becomes
to
an
the
action item. Or you could discuss it as individually.
F as a whole goes to executive session, G goes to action.
Yes.
And actually, F and G are both being moved to action items, but F will be discussed in executive session and the decision made after. But it's still an action.
So I'm looking for that motion.
I can make that motion, so I make a motion to, have F and G as an action item and having F placed into executive session.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
A motion and a second on the floor to move F and G to the action items, and F being required in executive session, we'll move to executive session. It's already scheduled. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. So I will now entertain a motion to accept the consent agenda minus F and G.
I'll make that motion to accept the consent agenda minus F and G.
I'll second that.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Motion passes. We move on to reports. Sharon?
All right, thank you. Again, pretty quick this afternoon. We have received information on the budget cuts for next year. I did share that with you last week, so you were aware of the governor's order that came out on Friday. We're still waiting to see their published FAQ, so we understand all the nuances that are going to be associated with these holdbacks, but we'll keep you posted on all of that. I did want to just mention that we have been able for graduation to work a couple of things for our students. We are going to do a walk of honor and a tassel ceremony on May 21st with all social distancing in place. But we wanted to try to do something on the same day as the graduation was supposed to be held. And then we have been able to work with the IDAHO Center. They've worked with all of the SIC districts to ensure that we can do a face-to-face graduation, and that will be June 30th at the IDAHO Center. Again, all social distancing and things will be in place, so we will continue to share that information out as we get it and know what's in place, what's not in place, what changes, etc. For summer athletes, for athletics, we've been working together as an SIC group to ensure how teams may practice in the summer so that we have equity among the teams throughout the SIC. We're finalizing the plans for that. We do know that no practices or any activities will not start until June 1st. And we're still putting together, finalizing our protocols for cleaning, social distancing, safety precautions, and any other guidelines that either come from the IHSSA or the CDC, what requirements will be there. So we'll continue to keep student athletes updated after that. And I wanted to give a shout out to all of our principals and staff because they've been working diligently to figure out schedules for staff to come clean out their classrooms and prepare for students to come and drop off the devices that we have checked out to them, as well as retrieve their belongings from the schools. And so that takes a lot of planning and articulation, and they've done an excellent job of doing that. So, thank you.
Thank you, Cheryl. Any questions from anybody? We move forward with MEA report. Is Stephanie Bowling on?
If she's not, she has the number and we can let her know to log in, and I've got her presentation, and like I did the last time, I will put that forward. Yeah, Gina will give her, oh, I got that Stephanie right there.
Hello?
We can hear you.
Okay, great. Well, good evening, trustees and Dr. Reberry. I'm Stephanie Bowling, president of the Middleton Education Association. Thank you for having me this evening. Okay, we can go to the next slide. The Middleton Education Association value statement. Educators have the responsibility to improve, defend, and protect their students, colleagues, and craft. The Middleton Education Association is a voice that fosters relationships between educators, the district, and the community. Our priority is to improve education through mentoring, advocating, and supporting our Middleton family. We are one. Our goals for this year are to provide new educator support. We have a mentor program that has 3 teachers that lead that. Kristen Williams is at the elementary level, Jennifer Vickhammer is at the middle school level, and Katie Eveloni is at the high school level. We welcomed new staff into our district by providing new teacher survival kits, as well as hosting a lunch bring them in at the beginning of the year. We partnered with our community, organized professional development opportunities, did staff appreciation, and collaborated with the school district, the school board, and the state and national professional organizations as well. Oh, and if you can go back to that slide, I'm sorry. The pictures, one at the top is a picture of a survival kit. We welcome staff into our district, both certified and classified, with survival kits that have things that teachers, classified staff love to have. And we were able to work with our partner with Middleton Garbanzo and do a 15% off, welcoming new staff into our community and into our district. At the bottom of the picture is a picture of the bling out the bathroom that has been brought to you by the Middleton Education Association. Have a sweet day. This goes up in the bathroom along with other inspirational things. So when staff are in the bathroom, they have something to read. So kind of fun there. And it goes along with our motto, and that's like a pineapple. Stand tall, wear a crown, and be sweet on the inside. The Targeted Local Grant provides funds for our local association to support, recruit, and strengthen teachers and other staff for our Professional Teachers Association. This Targeted Local Grant is from our parent organization, IEA, the Idaho Education Association, which gives us money to do those things. Provide and recruit teachers, offers professional development, things like that. We have been on this grant for the last 4 years, and right now we don't receive any funding anymore from IDAHO because we are able to sustain that in our local association. The pictures that are displayed here are pictures from our new teacher orientation day back in the fall. where we partnered with our local Middleton subway that catered the event, did a fantastic job. And we went with our Hawaiian theme that goes with our peach like pineapple theme in welcoming staff into our district. Okay, our goals for this year are to continue to partner with the district and school board to collaborate on district happenings, problem solve, provide and set up policies, and be superheroes for our students and teachers, both at the district level as well as at the state and national level. The picture up at the right left-hand corner at the top is IDAHO members across the state that went to the state capitol to lobby to pass pro-public school legislation. For example, to talk to legislatures about funding full-day kindergarten and enhanced resources for students' mental health. Among those members is our Vice President, Mr. Dave Stacy, is pictured there in that group. At the bottom left-hand side is a picture of Mr. Stacy, Dr. Reberry, and myself the last fall, welcoming Dr. Reberry into our district. And from there, we were able to do monthly meetings with Dr. Reberry and Mrs. Beck, association meetings throughout the year. And along with us meeting with the district, our building reps in each building meet with their principals to discuss what's going well and what would need to be worked on. All of this main focus is doing what's best for students. The top right-hand corner picture is a picture of Chairman Adams, Trustee McConkey, Mr. Stacy, and myself working on just partnering together, touching base on things throughout the district. We meet twice a year. Typically, we meet once in the fall and once in the spring or as needed. The last picture is the bottom right-hand corner, and that is a picture of IDAHO local presidents that went to the National Education Association conference on minority leadership and women's leadership in in Los Angeles last December. And among those pictures are association president from Valley View, the association president from Riggins, the association president from Coeur d'Alene, and myself representing our local association. We were able to have great professional development on minority students that might need extra resources, and how we can bring that back to our local association and partner with our district on doing what's best for our students. Okay, how this all came together. So the top picture is a picture of the American Education Week. American Education Week celebrates public education nationwide and to honor individuals making a difference each and every day for our students. We were able to partner with the district in providing donuts to all staff, all buildings, all departments, from our custodial staff, our maintenance staff, our food service directors, everybody. We were able to provide a little appreciation and for them. On Wednesday, we were able to do a special shout out to our educational professional support staff, which is our ESP staff, or in our district, we call them our classified staff. And our classified staff received Reese's, the Reese's picture there, and it says 2468, we appreciate all that you do. Every classified staff member received one of those, and it's just a token to show them how much we appreciate all that they do and for our students. The picture above is to show pictures of staff from Purple State that are enjoying their donuts during that week. And at the bottom, there is a picture of a thank you card. Members received handwritten thank you cards during fall conferences to just show them thank you for what they do for our students every day. And then in the spring, for spring conferences, members receive little bags of Legos that represented your building blocks for our students' success. And the main thing is to make sure that our staff know that you are awesome and our schools wouldn't be complete without you. Professional development opportunities. We were able to partner with the Idaho Education Association and bring in professional development opportunities on managing difficult students' behaviors beyond the basics. We were able to have this professional development opportunity in early March before we were closed for school. And the picture to the left is a picture of the attendees that came. It was housed at the Middleton Middle School Library. We had over 33 attendees, so it was a great opportunity. And it really kind of correlates with the district vision on doing the professional development for trauma and bringing that piece in. So we were able to bring in professional development from IDA to mirror that. Where did your money go? Or more or less, where did our staff's money go? So our staff had the opportunity to participate in the Marge Jackson Scholarship Fund. The Marge Jackson Scholarship Fund provides scholarships to future educators from our own Middleton High School and Middleton Academy. We were able to gather $5,100 for the scholarship and able to provide 2 scholarships of $2,550 to Kaylee Miller and Jessica Lemons at the high school. Congratulations, ladies, and good luck in your next adventure in pursuing a degree in education. All of our proceeds go directly back to our students, and thank you to our staff for participating in this scholarship. The Idaho Education Association Delegate Assembly is the annual gathering that is an essential component to promote public education and work on items that can be brought up to the legislature in doing what is best for students. Unfortunately, this year we were unable to go to the Idaho Education Association Delegate Assembly due to COVID-19. These are pictures of our delegate assembly that we attended last year and the members that went up to represent our local association. Last year that was in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho. The middle picture I just want to showcase a little bit is, it doesn't do it justice, but that is a picture about the, just the representation of our educators and our classified staff that go and work hard on doing what's best for our students in our community and in our state. Okay, this is the Idaho Education Association Children's Fund donation that provides support to Idaho's children who lack basic needs. If a student in Idaho lacks supplies or needs glasses, or during the winter time, parents, families are having a hard time paying bills, the Children's Fund is there so staff can request funds that give that student and their family extra support. These baskets are a representation of what was gathered for last year's delegate assembly from our Middleton educators and staff that put those together. So I look forward to next year and see what we can come up with in donating for our students in Idaho for next year. All proceeds go directly back to our children in Idaho. And one thing about the Middleton Education Association's March Jackson Scholarship Fund is we are very fortunate that we have one of our very own second grade teachers, Mrs. Sarah Woods, who has lived in Middleton her whole life. And she started teaching, or started her career in Middleton, and as a student, and was a student in Mrs. D. Godfield Williams' kindergarten class. She then was a high school student and was in Mrs. Godfield Williams' class as a teacher's aide. And she knew right then and there that she was meant to be a teacher. She received the MBA March Jackson Scholarship, which helped her during her first year of college. After teaching in another district for 10 years, she finally made it back to Middleton to teach. Her dream has always been to teach in Middleton, and here she is. She's excited that she gets to donate to the scholarship that she received when she graduated back in 2003. And she wants everybody to know it does make a difference, and thank you for contributing to that scholarship fund. The pictures that are displayed here, the Make Today is ridiculously amazing. We are going to have a sweet year. If at first you don't succeed, you're normal. Those are just a sample of what the Bling Out the Bathroom had in there to just give staff some fun, something fun to look at and to boost their morale. And then finally, our motto is teach like a pineapple, stand tall, wear a crown, and be sweet on the inside. And on behalf of the Middleton Education Association, I want to thank Dr. Reberry, Mrs. Beck, and the trustees of the board for being a building block for our students' success. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephanie. Does anybody have any questions for Stephanie? Looks like you're off the hook. We'll move to 4-day school week survey given to us by Kristen Beck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As many of you are aware, there's been some ongoing meetings over the last couple months in regards to the district budget. As a result of the internal and the external budget committees, it was determined that the district should consider moving to a 4-day school week, considering the financial benefit of a 4-day week and the potential advantage of using a 4-day week as an effective tool for staff recruitment and retention. In an effort to begin gathering preferences from the staff and the community, surveys were deployed to gather feedback on a 4-day or a 5-day school week. In total, between the community and the staff, we had 1,990 responses. For anybody that's listening to, all of this is uploaded as a document in Assembly for you to review. There were 3 questions in common between those 2 surveys. The first was, overall, I would prefer a 4-day school week or a 5-day school week. 72% of respondents selected the 4-day school week. 28% selected 5-day school week. The second question was, if a 4-day school week is implemented, I would prefer a non-school day on Monday or Friday. 17% of respondents selected Monday as the preferred day off. 83% selected Friday. And then the last common question was, if a 4-day week is implemented, what would be your preference for making up the instructional hours? There were 3 options there, and individuals could pick as many responses as they wished. So 76% of respondents chose lengthening the remaining 4 school days during the week. 17% chose lengthening the school year, and 20% selected online learning the 5th day of the week. Additionally, on the community survey, respondents were asked what issue a 4-day school week would create for them that they would have difficulty resolving. And again, they were able to select multiple answers. 72% responded that they had no concerns. 18 selected that supervision and engagement of older students would be a concern. 12% selected childcare, and 5% selected food. There were some other questions on the staff survey. Those were written mostly to give the administration some insight for planning purposes. If the 4-day week would be the decision of the board. Having had the experience of transitioning to a 4-day school week before, I would suggest that the board make a decision tonight only regarding the 4-day or the 5-day week, just to allow staff to begin to plan accordingly for that change. If you guys elect to go on a 4-day school week, my suggestion would be reconvening the calendar committee to draft a Monday off calendar and a Friday off calendar, and then again getting some feedback from the staff and the community. I would also suggest putting it to the calendar committee to think about the professional development requirements for teachers and how we would want to schedule that within a 4-day calendar. A couple of things to note. I recognize that by far majority respondents to the survey preferred a non-school day on Friday. There would be a couple things that I would encourage people to consider. One would be that a Monday off schedule allows for fewer makeup days for instructional hours. That's due to the federal holidays that are already in place on Mondays. That would, let's see, at a rough glance, we figured that would take care of 2 days, which would be approximately 12 instructional hours. Another reason to consider the Mondays is if one of our goals is to increase ADA for our students and increase attendance of staff, we would hope that they would start scheduling appointments on our scheduled day off. A lot of doctors' offices are now going to 40 weeks as well and closed on Fridays. And then the last thing I would mention about that is just the effect that it might have on sports if there's no school on Fridays. If you think about the camaraderie and the school spirit events that often take place on Fridays before big game nights, you might have different feelings about no school on Fridays. Any of those items, of course, can be worked around, just a point of consideration for you. We did talk briefly in the committee meetings about cost savings, but we have not put forth the work to really formalize those numbers yet. And Cheryl's here too, in case you guys have questions. And just looking at food service and transportation, we're estimating a savings of about 20%. Additionally, we think that we could complete some of the summer maintenance projects during the school year with that additional day off and likely absorb 1 to 2 maintenance and custodial positions through attrition. So between just those items, our rough estimate was between $500,000 and $600,000 in savings. One of the big things we would need to consider is how to handle classified instructional staff. We could lengthen their remaining 4 days to align with the student day, which I would suggest. They would have a longer day on those 4 days, and then that does not make up for the full hour deficit. So we could also consider adding a small increase to their hourly wage so that those individuals aren't losing money. We ran numbers on an average classified employee making $10.40 an hour, and figured that we would have to increase their wage by about 73 cents to make up the difference. One of the things we talked about in that conversation was just keeping in mind the businesses that are coming into Canyon County and what they are offering in terms of compensation and benefits, and how we can possibly hope to stay somewhat competitive. So that is what I have for you. Thank you.
Kristen?
Yeah.
Were you able to, I had asked just to Russ to see what else other districts around our size within the state and their savings and the benefits of going to a 4-day. Were you able to get any of that
So
information from anyone?
well, this is Sharon. I talked with the Blackfoot superintendent, and they're moving to a 4-day week, and they're a 4-day school, and he thought their savings would be anywhere from overall budget-wise 1 to 4%. And then I've talked to a couple superintendents around this area in the Region 3 that are on 4-day weeks, and they said the same thing. Overall budget-wise, you save anywhere from 1 to 4 or 5%. Yeah.
And that 500,000 to 600,000 would be less than 2% for us. So depending on some other factors, we could stand to save additional.
Would we incur would we incur any additional costs by going to 4 days besides just what you mentioned with the classified staff?
From my standpoint, no. The only place where you would potentially incur additional costs is if you choose to start offering programming on that day off, which would, do the exact opposite of what we're hoping to accomplish with this. So I would think we would need to find a new funding stream if we wanted to explore any of those options.
And then on that note, I was just been talking in general with people as they've been filling out this survey. What is the overall, I know people's concerns were, if their kids getting home later, are we going to cut back on homework? And what does that look like? Having a no homework rule, or have you
So
looked into any of that?
That hasn't been a discussion point here at Middleton yet. I mean, there's a lot of things we're going to have to consider and decide. Should we move to a 4-day week? In my previous district, we had it broken down by grade bands, and there was a homework expectation for each one of those bands. So, like for instance, our K2 students were expected to have no more than 20 minutes of homework each evening. But that would obviously all be up for discussion and decision.
That was the big criterion that I've had as I talk to people with the homework.
Yeah, I think that plays a big part in people going. I think a lot of people were excited with the thought of it. And okay, and another question that came up with people was, is this something that we can just do a 1 year of, and if it doesn't go well, can change it, or what are you thinking of implementing if we as a board consider it? I mean, I would like to throw out there, or do you really have to transition to go to 2 years before you really see how it goes, or what's your guys' thoughts?
So the board approves the calendar annually. So technically, yes, you could spend 1 year on a 4-day week and choose to go back to 5 the following year. I would not recommend that. I would say you need to give it more time than that. And if you're going to put forth the time to implement a 4-day week, just staying on it for 1 year, I think would end in probably a lot of frustration.
Right. And did you get any additional feedback from the teachers? I mean, I saw that obviously the survey read high that they would like that. Was there any additional feedback, any concerns or
so the
positives? I mean, don't you think that we've retained?
Yeah, the teachers had 2 other questions on their survey. The first was, what are your concerns? And I apologize, I don't have it in front of me. So there were, I think, 4 different items that they could choose from in terms of their concerns: student retention, pacing of courses. I think there were 2 others. And then the other question was just talking about that day off each week, what their willingness would be to potentially participate in professional development 1 time a month on those days. There was a large percentage that was not applicable to because they were classified staff. About, I think it was 6% of the certified staff said they really didn't want to have to do that once a month, and the rest of them responded that they were happy to give 1 Friday or Monday per month. And kind of the hope there is that we could remove a lot of the professional development that's taking place right now within student days on the calendar, that we're pulling teachers from classrooms, both, from an instructional standpoint and then also from a sub standpoint. We really feel like that would alleviate a lot of the problems there.
And did you get anything from the classified specifically? Because I know they'll be affected more or less the most impacted, and I know that we're trying to find ways. They're just so very, very much needed. So I just
and I was actually sorry, I keep cutting you off.
No, you're fine, Kristen. Go ahead.
I was actually surprised when we looked at those survey results. So the first question on the staff one was, are you certified or are you classified? Just because we wanted to gauge who was answering it which way. I thought that we would see not as many classified people in favor of the 4-day week, but we actually saw more classified people than certified people in favor of the 4-day week. So that was surprising.
Okay. I'm sure I have more questions coming up.
Oh, sorry to cut you off, but I see that there was 80 people who responded on food. So is there a way to implement kind of like what we're doing now to have food available on Friday?
We could certainly get creative with that. Our most neediest families in Middleton are part of the backpack program currently, which means we send them with a backpack every Friday with food to last them and their siblings through the weekend. We worked in my previous district, we worked with the program just to increase that to a 3-day food supply from 2. And that is how we addressed our most neediest. Certainly, you're probably going to have some families that aren't part of that program that still need some assistance with resources. And I think that's something we can definitely look into.
I know that there's been a lot of great feedback with what's been going on right now. So I appreciate that food being distributed. I think it's just been awesome. And I'm going to put a plug in for a great shout out for them. I think it's been a great thing and they've done a great job with it. So I would love to see something like that implemented. If there's means to do it and ways to get any funding for that. Another question I had is so if it goes through tonight, what are your timelines? I mean, what's the timeline as far as having a calendar back? Are we moving to a special meeting or are we waiting a month? Or how's that look?
Well, I think there's going to be some additional special meetings coming on the calendar. So we would probably be taking advantage of that for calendar drafts. Calendars are due to the state by May 31st, but you can adjust those. So if we submit one that, later gets tweaked, we can resubmit again. If you guys choose tonight to go 4-day, that's really when the real work begins. So planning and implementation, and Lisa will be a huge part of that. So we've had a lot of discussions, but we would get to work right away and get things in place as quickly as possible and get everybody on board.
A question also is, I would like to, and I don't know if this is possible, but I know that in the winter, let's just say we choose to do that. We get out at 4 and these people that are practicing outdoors, right, we have the light. I mean, has that been discussed through the extracurricular? Is there any input there from any of those extracurricular coaches or mentors that are involved in all of that? Is that
So I think Sharon had a discussion with Andy about what this could potentially look like. My conversations with athletics have been more limited. I did talk to Andy earlier today, and he just suggested that, the earliest we could be going with the high school, the better, just to get them out, as early as possible.
right?
But he believed that.
And I've seen in other schools that they've done like where they've had their PE hour. If they did it at 3 o'clock or 3:15 and they started that as a practice. I mean, I've seen that in other districts. I don't know exactly what it's called, but where they do where they can start practices early, so they're not counting as their PE credit or whatever for those. Is that probably maybe mess up the arena scheduling and all of that?
Yeah, I don't know about the arena scheduling. We would want to make sure that we still have a certified teacher in that classroom with the coach, just so that we could count those contact hours.
Gotcha. Okay. These are just questions that either come up or I thought of, so sorry.
Yeah, no, they're good ones.
No, great questions.
Good. Thanks, Mary. Yeah. I've had a lot of people contact me too, and I've heard basically that this is absolutely a great idea for adults and recruiting for teachers. And I think the question mark was how's it going to be for kids? and local businesses as well, like businesses that have after school, with dance, music, gymnastics, martial arts. Thanks, Kristen, for bringing up dental offices and doctor offices to be closed on Friday, because Monday's probably makes sense on Monday versus Friday to go forward. To me, it just seems with everything we're doing right now with COVID-19, we don't know what the fall even looks like. We're waiting for guidance from the state. We have so many questions that keep coming. I just think like it'd be a great idea to, take a look at this as we go through the school year and say, okay, what's it look like in the fall? What's it look like in the winter? What's it look like for this sport? And really get out there and find out what it looks like, so as to make a change on the fly. We're not even being face to face. The other thing that worries me when I look at the random sampling from the survey, that's the students without technology. All of a sudden it shifted to out of the 52, 65 wanted a 5-day week and 35 wanted the 4 days. I worry about that at-risk kid is one more day available to be unsupervised and have at-risk activities increase. So it just seems like it sounds like it could have awesome benefits for us in recruiting, and I know our staff would love it, and I think our solid structured families would certainly benefit from it. I'm just worried about the time with so much uncertainty with the virus and budgeting and everything else. It'd be nice to see Blackfoot go through with it. Would you say Shawan Valley View was looking at doing it?
Well, I don't know if Valley View asked for our survey, so I don't know what they're doing. They just asked to see the survey questions.
Valley View's discussing it at their meeting as well. Maybe they're meeting tomorrow, or sometimes they're starting committees to have that discussion.
There's quite a few actually that I think are beginning to consider it. Caldwell too, Cheryl mentioned. The other thing that we need to consider in this is that the charter school, I know for sure we have 2 charter schools in our area, one that will be a second year and one that will be a first year. And I know one of them is a 4-day week. And so we're losing, they're opening through 8th grade now, and we're losing a few more students to them. And I haven't been able to find out if the other one is a 4-day week. I couldn't tell by their calendar. So I need to call and check with them, but we think that other charter school is a 4-day week, and so that could be a draw. Total, we have quite a few kids who are leaving.
We've heard from some families that is a draw to those charter schools, is that they are offering a 4-day school week.
And what on those days do they have the Mondays off or Fridays,
Porch has Fridays.
Porch has Fridays, and I need to double check on Mosaics. Let me see if I can tell with them. Let's see.
That person, while she's looking into that, what does that look like? Have we contacted the Caldwell Transportation? I mean, I know that they'll work. I mean, did you contact them at all that this might be it? Direction, or what are they?
Yeah, so I've had those conversations with Cheryl. Transportation falls under her, and she's here as well. But we do have a 3-year contract with Caldwell, and the way the contract is written, it should allow us to drop off the transportation on whichever non-school day we have.
Okay.
So we think that, or we know that?
I'm going to let Cheryl respond. So the question is, do we think that, or we know that, and that we can drop off that extra?
Well, the way our contract is written right now, it's by route and miles. So yes, we would pay only for the routes done. Now, obviously, Caldwell's concerned about that because their cost. So I'm sure that they would like to talk and renegotiate. And so we would probably come to some agreement. But then when on renewal, or when we would go to bid again, then that would be, and there's multiple, there are actually quite a few bus transportation providers in the valley now. So I think that, we would have quite a few options if they didn't want to do it. But we're running into it right now because they really would like us to pay them, even though they're not running routes for us currently. And I understand that, and they have costs, and they're working with the state to address that statewide. But the way that we understand our contract currently is that we are paying per route, per mile. So as we make those adjustments or reduce our routes, we should be able to reduce our costs. But we want to maintain our relationship with them. We'll be talking with them and working with them to refine that out anyway. So.
Another question I have is what would it look like for the after school program as far as the reading and stuff like that? Will we continue with that? That does extend the day to another hour, or is that going to be taken away? Because I know that's a huge benefit for a lot of the kids as well.
I don't think that's a conversation that has started yet. We hated to spend too much time on this prior to knowing that was the road we were going down, just because all these conversations take, a lot of time.
For sure.
I do think, a couple other things I thought of just while sitting here. I mentioned earlier retention and recruitment of staff. The 4-day school week is a huge selling point for teachers. The districts that have it report almost no to little problems with recruiting people even into hard to fill positions such as special ed, which is one that we consistently struggle with. I also think, I haven't heard this, but my assumption is that those early out Wednesdays are probably not easy for families to deal with currently from a child care standpoint. So those obviously would be going away. I don't know if I mentioned that. The 4 days would all be of regular length, no more early outs on those Wednesdays.
So, but just overall, think that those extra, like the reading program and all of that, would that be cut?
I don't think so. At this point, that money isn't changing. So really it's a discussion of, do we want to continue to use that money that way? We have different pockets of money going towards all of those different programs. I know some districts have elected to use some of that money to offer all-day kindergarten for all of their students. So it really just depends on what our overarching goal is with that money. I don't know if we would see a decrease in those programs from parents because, it would be an hour later or a half hour later, whatever that difference is. So I think, those would all be discussions that we need to have and determine.
So that would be an elementary school kid being in school from 7:55 till 4:30 or 5 o'clock.
No. So elementary after school program aside, and again, this is going off my previous calendar, which was similar to Middleton's, but not exactly the same. So take it with a grain of salt. Our elementary kids were going from 8:15 until 4. And that was a morning recess, a lunch recess, and an afternoon recess built into that.
We had it after school. We had the after school, so that's our country. If we do after school, that'd be another 30 to 50.
Right, but that would be up to parent discretion, whether or not they want to participate.
Right.
Yeah. So.
Is there any, for those like K through second, for those afternoons? I know the lengthening hour for the kindergarten, they still split because they're not all day, but those first and second graders, it's your previous school, did they give them like an extra snack or, that's just a longer day. I know when my little kid comes home, he's starving.
Yeah.
So I'm just wondering, is that
Is there a program or anything out there that allows those kids to have?
I will say for the kindergartners especially, so we ran all day kindergarten for all of our students. Our kindergartners and our first graders probably have the most difficult time adjusting. It is, you know, a long day. I think everybody recognizes that within the 4 or 5 weeks, you know, everybody starts to adjust and see that as the new routine. We did offer the fresh fruit and vegetable program through my previous district. So that was how we handled afternoon snack. I think we can, you know, that's something that we can figure out is my thought. That should not be an issue.
Okay, we call that snack.
Okay. So just for clarification, the budget, the proposed budget that we've been working on, in regards to the budget committee and the levy, didn't take into account this 4-day week, is that correct?
Yes.
So we do have a potential budget that could fix our budget issues or help with our budget issues. If we stayed at a 5-day week this week and considered a 4-day week for the following year.
We're all looking at each other. Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
We hope. We hope.
That's what we're working through right now to see budget-wise, now that we have the holdbacks from the state.
Because it sounds like, as we've had these conversations, financially, really the only place we are guaranteed and know for sure is gonna save us money is transportation.
Well, food
That-
And food service as well.
And
So
someone.
we don't have these,
And
so
so
we don't want exact numbers for those, right?
Well, we had it narrowed down to between 500,000 and 600,000,
Which is
Right.
about 2% of the overall budget,
less than 2.
less than 2.
Yeah.
but that's not taking into
Well, we're adding-
consideration. the
We're adding food back in the fresh food program, the elementary kids.
Those and all the-
That's not a cost.
Right, but those aren't out of the,
That's transfer child nutrition.
So the backpack lunch program for Friday.
Also not a cost to us.
That's all.
No,
Those are no cost.
right?
So where are we saving on food costs then?
By not serving lunch on Fridays or Mondays, on that Friday, essentially.
or breakfast, right? Some of those kids are paying.
Brian should be able to save 20%.
So we're not charging enough. Like, so we're saying we're subsidizing 20% of our food costs by not charging kids for it. Because you're saying we don't pay for the other programs. We're adding the food back in on Friday, and we're adding snacks in the afternoon. That doesn't cost us anything, but we're saving 20% by cutting Friday. So that's what we're subsidizing, breakfast and lunches. Where's that? I'm trying to get where that 20% comes from.
Well, when
It's
we
not
were talking,
costing me to do an afternoon snack and a.
Well, I think they're saying, Kirk, I think it's 1 to 4% of overall budget. Is what the.
20% of staffing
So
costs for
realistically,
food service.
20%.
Yeah. Cheryl can
Of the
answer.
food cost though. I was just trying to figure out this.
Yeah, but it's primarily in our staffing, our labor costs. And yes, food, but we're reimbursed. We do get federal reimbursements on majority of it. And as we refine our food service, so we're no longer at deficit. Right now, the district is subsidizing food service considerably. We no longer qualify for free breakfast, so we need to add that back in and start charging for breakfast. So we're estimating to save, the operating costs by reducing by 1 day. We'll reduce 20% of our operating costs there. I think another area that we'll definitely find savings is in our substitutes. Right now, we're finding it very difficult to find subs, and that's putting a lot of pressure on our certified staff. And so they're pulling our EAs out of the classrooms to sub for certified teachers as well. By having the 4-day week and people scheduling their appointments, most districts have experienced a huge reduction in subs, in substitute costs and needs. So there's additional monies there. It's hard to pinpoint exactly what that would be. But I think one of the strongest points for us, or one of the biggest concerns we have, is being able to recruit and retain staff given the job market. Obviously, right now with the COVID-19, we don't know what the fall is going to look like, but we know that Amazon will be open. They're on an accelerated schedule to get that plant open due to all of the online buying. And so
those employees are starting at $15 an hour with benefits and full tuition reimbursement.
Right. The only negative with them is it's shift work, so you may have to work a midnight shift. So if we can offer something to help offset that, is
I think for me, the biggest concern that I heard feedback-wise was homework and just the length of the days. I mean, an adult works 8 to 5, so expecting kids to go to school, little kids is almost that long, that's a long time. And I think they like the idea of the 4-day week, but I think that was kind of the general consensus I got was how much homework are they going to have, and then just that that's so long for those elementary kids.
We can always also take a look at instructional hours and what it takes to meet and how the buses will run, because that's the combination that we have to make sure that if buses are picking up at elementary and then secondary and how that all works. So that's a conversation we can have with transportation, Caldwell Transportation.
I just see a lot of upside to a lot of people that want it. I just see hundreds and hundreds of questions that we don't have the answers to yet. Then that guy's in the question or something, especially if we can't do it for 1 year full back. Like to stay for a year, work through the year, have notes. We could actually prepare for the shortcomings to figure out safety nets.
Yeah,
That was where we want to go.
we have heard from districts that have moved to the 4-day week that they really like it after they get into it. And so I haven't heard of anybody pulling back.
in fact, there's more districts every year.
Yeah, there's almost 40 districts in Idaho, I believe that.
Yeah, there's 40.
How many were 4A or 5A?
Blackfoot, I know for sure. I would need to go look at the list again.
It seems like it's pretty small districts in most places. I'm trying to do my research. I can't see why you couldn't scale it to a 4A or 5A, but it seems like it's.
I personally think 4A and 5A are going, I really do. I believe after this COVID and all the other things, I believe that we'll see a lot more transition to that. And where others are already talking about it.
Oh, I think you're exactly right. I think we're going to have a lot of changes, I think.
Right. And I think it's a great, we saw from the survey, I know that that's not every person in the district saying it, but we got a good census of what, and I agree with you on that though too, about those at-risk kids. But I think regardless, it's going to be an issue, whether it's 4-day or 5-day. And I know it heightens that a little bit, but I think for the majority, I think I don't know, I think it'd be a great thing for Milton to dive into. I would love to see, and I appreciate that we're looking at, even though I know the majority said they want Fridays off, I think it's, for me, I know as well too, that a lot of people that I go to for my kids, doctors, all that, is Fridays, they're off too. So I think putting both of those calendars out there
and allowing the public to see that. And did you say, Kristen, that we would run another? If you threw both of those out there, are you gonna run another survey, or are we just gonna
That would be
have the board look over those and?
yeah, that would be my suggestion. I hesitated to include too much information when we put out this survey, just because you don't want to steer people, steer a certain result. But I think if the calendar committee came up with both a Monday off calendar and a Friday off, and people could see, what that looks like and hear some of this other conversation about why Friday or why Monday might be a consideration, it might change their mind, it might not. I don't know. But yeah, I would say we throw it back out. It doesn't take long to get a response and get some input.
Right. Yeah, I think that and as well.
Also, too, to add to that, if it looks like other schools, districts, and what have you are going or possibly going to the 4-day week, if it looks like a consensus that it goes to Friday, I probably can assure you those businesses like the dental offices and stuff like that are going to switch gears because of that situation and go to maybe that they have their Mondays off instead of Fridays off, so they can take care of the communities and the children and stuff like that if you get a consensus of schools that are going to a 4-day work week with a Friday off.
Yeah, no, I see that, Derek. I agree there too. I just like the fact that we're going to write in the calendar for both, and let's look at it and get it out there back to the community and let them definitely get it.
No, I agree with that. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I guess my only concern is the transition with everything that's going on right now. Now, we have some schools that are going to it or talking about going to it and stuff like that, which on one side of it could give us some really good feedback if we held off for a year to see if the adjustments are on a positive side or a negative side to some of these other smaller schools like the Payettes, the Fruitlands, as well as to look right at Blackfoot because they're in our same district and everything else, even though we're trying to go to 5A. The other side of it, I also see that retaining employees, I mean, the 1,600 people that we surveyed, they think highly of it. So you got to take that into consideration as well. I mean, it's kind of a catch-22. I just see that the biggest thing for me personally is with the COVID, with what we were going through in the school with the levies, with our budgeting and everything else, this transition jumping right into this, can we be prepared for it for one, as a school board, as a district, as employees, and how's that going to affect the kids on this first transition?
And I think, Derek, I agree with you, but I think we've got people in place that can do the job. And I believe I am one. I would love to set the precedent. Wouldn't that be awesome? Let's try it out. You're right. I mean, yeah, we have a chance for it to go either way, 50-50. It can be a real downside or it can be an upside, and everyone's coming to us saying, how is this going? I think we have one of the best superintendents in place to be able to do this, to get this transition. We're already in a transition of complete no brick and mortar school, of online school. I think this is a great time, in my opinion, to be able to transition this. And I believe we have the right people in place to get us in that motion and in that direction. And I think with as much support as we have, what not a better time, in my opinion. With all the support from the staff, from what the community is saying, they say, let's dive into it. I'm all about risk, and let's risk it and see how it fulfills. And I hope that we come out on the end with a win, but I think we have people in place to be able to do that. And I just think it might be a better time. So Mary Ann,
I agree with you there.
So we've got to give those people contracts so they'll stay. To keep those people in place so they'll do it. Blackfoot is trialing their 4-day week for 3 years, and then the board will reevaluate it. So I think it's important that it's the staff that here is committed to this, that we show them that we're committed to them too, and we want them to stay.
And that has nothing to do with, no, I agree, Alicia. I don't think it has anything to do with teachers.
Well, I'm just saying, like, when we look at our contracts, like we need to look at this whole entire picture because to be perfectly honest, I can see this both ways. Part of me is super nervous to jump in this year because we don't know our budget super well. Cheryl has never done our budget on her own. This would be our first time. So having all these moving pieces, plus the state changing everything up, nothing's normal. So it's going to be crazy anyways. So we just do it crazy and do it. And I think we would be the first. I'm sure that all the other schools are going to look at it really hard. And then part of me is super conservative and wants to just sit back, see if the waters will calm down just a little bit, make sure they don't cancel school again in the fall, make sure everyone's good and prepared, and then say, okay, we're going to pull the trigger and go next year. So I just am kind of between. But Greg, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
Well, I think a 4 days is a conservative move. I mean, I understand it's going to save 20%, but it's going to be savings of some sort. I also think it's definitely going to be pushed throughout probably the whole United States of looking at it. What I'm afraid of is we're going to have more holdbacks next year. All the unknown. I think this is a great opportunity to get in. My concern, things that I've talked about with individuals is homework and, that 1 day of displacement for some of those students that maybe don't have support at home that others are fortunate to have. So, those are concerns. And I don't know, I think we might be able to put something together. Maybe Kristen's district did it where she came from previously of allowing an opportunity to get some of those kids, online. But usually if they don't have support at home, you're probably not going to get that either. I don't know what the answer is. I just think this is a good opportunity to give it a run. I think it's a conservative approach because there will be savings. I can't pinpoint them, but my gut feeling is if the community speaks, I think we need to take a really hard look. You got the fact that a lot of people probably those families that don't care probably didn't fill out survey. So if you get a majority of the individuals filling out a survey with a number like this, it's hard not to look at it. Like Derek said.
And is there any way that maybe, I'm just throwing this out there and it could be a complete no, but I know that the community, rents that building that we own, or they basically would give them. I wonder if there would be any way that we could do something on Fridays for a couple hour period for those kids that need something to go. I don't know what the liability for the city is, I'm just saying any ways that we could outreach as a community on those days off. If there's kids that need a place or find a place to go, that as a community as a whole, that we can maybe work with the city or the Parks and Rec. I don't know. I'm just thinking on those kids that don't have that support on Fridays, or their parents are gone, or they're looking for things to be involved in because school was their resource. So I don't know. Those are just throwing out in the hat. But what's your feedback, Sharon? You guys are the ones that are going to be implementing this and in the driver's seat. So what are your thoughts?
I think it's something that we need to look at, and I think it would have a lot of pros. My concerns are the same that have been brought up on the day of displacement for students or in the homework. But the homework we can certainly have conversations with and help to set the expectations what that looks like Kristen mentioned earlier with her district. And I do believe that there are going to be more districts going through and going to a 4-day week. I was just looking, and I believe Preston's on a 4-day week, and I think they might be 4A as well. So there is another one there.
4A.
Yeah. Preston's on a 4-day week. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah. Well, they're listed on the 4A Dairy Shootout. That was the whole beside the point. I was just shocked by that myself. But I think there's a lot of pros to it. A lot of unknowns in front of us with budget. Not sure what the fall will look like, and this could certainly help with 1 day a week.
I think it can help with our professional development, not having to have early out Wednesdays, and then saving on not having to pull teachers during student contact hours for PD.
I would be more in favor on Friday. I think, unlike Derek, I think businesses will adapt. But I think that's a pretty big, significant percentage.
Well, do we have to make that decision? I think we should see both sides of it and then come back. Oh, sorry. I didn't want to make that. Hopefully we don't have to make that decision. I would like to make the decision after we've seen both, if that's the direction we go. Those calendars and feedback from the community, and then could it be, but I mean, I agree. I think most of the communities already said they would rather have a Friday. And if the other charter schools in town are both doing Fridays, I mean, yeah.
Do you think they would trade that off if they had shorter school days, if they had a Monday? Do you think it would be less days off?
Yeah, I don't know. I think looking at the calendar, Alicia, I think physically people need to see a calendar. I don't know. For me, I'd like to see the calendar. Plan. Oh yeah, I'm always a planner for the calendar and see, okay, exactly what day does it? Where does it fly with our calendar? You know what I mean? Yeah. Yeah. I say we just.
Would that change from year to year? You know, if we're planning on, we're going to dive in, I say go all the way and not just do it for 1 year type thing.
No.
Won't that change on the calendar from year to year, whether it's shorter on Monday or shorter on Friday?
No.
As far as school days?
The only reason it's shorter on
it's Mondays if you have the day, because there's the holidays already off. So some of the days, so that's instructional hours. Does that make sense? So there's some Monday holidays. So that's what we're saying, is doing both.
I get it. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, I think it's great for all the adults that work in the school district to go to a 4-day work week. And I think it's great for families that are all really well organized. I just look at from the sport analogy. If I'm a championship football team or championship basketball team, I'm going to say, I'm going to cut one practice a week, and I'm going to add time to each day. The other days they don't practice. And am I going to be a better football team doing it that way? That education.
I don't think you have to cut those Friday practices, do you?
no, in fact.
I'm talking about education. I'm talking about what education would look like. I'm not talking about the team itself or your football team. I'm talking about the education in class. What these kids are teaching in class from something.
I think they'd get better I don't know. I think it'd be greater, more in-depth conversations of what they need to learn, because your class hours are going to be lengthened, your periods are. So I think that it gives them better opportunity to ask questions and maybe even get their homework done if they do have homework in the class period, and have opportunities to be on one-on-one with, not necessarily one-on-one, but more time with the teacher at hand. I don't know. I see both ways with that. I think the elders definitely will benefit, but I think our biggest struggle at the first is going to be our little. But I have a little too, so I can see how he operates after a normal day. So it'll take some adjustment, but I'm willing to do that. I think it would be great. I think overall, it would be, I just think Middleton, why not? Let's get us on the map of doing something that nobody else has done, and I think we can do it. I really do.
I think it's the way of the future. I just don't know what is there, but you guys will.
So are we having to make a decision of whether or not tonight that we are going to go to a 4-day week, but we're just going to figure out which days we're going to do it, Friday or Monday, or is it we're voting to move forward?
So I think the suggestion is to make a decision on whether you want a 4-day or a 5-day week, and then the rest of the decisions will be forthcoming after tonight.
Gotcha, okay.
So can I make a motion or
Yeah, because that is, it will, yes, it's A on the action, and so that's the next part of the agenda.
so I'd like to make a motion of a 4-day school week with not knowing yet if it's Friday or Monday off, just moving forward.
I'll second that.
Could I amend that motion? I think we have to go through with the vote first and then amend it. So
No, we're having discussion, so we'll have discussion, we
Well,
can amend it or.
I guess my discussion was, I'm all in favor of 4-day week, and I definitely think that the community would support us, but I would be more in favor of starting next year instead of this year. To give us time to prepare, get our finances figured out, and also to make sure that instructionally we're prepared.
I think you have to vote on the first motion and then,
amend it.
And then let us know unless Marianne wants to.
No,
unless Marianne wants to amend hers.
we could,
There's a motion on it?
Because there is a motion.
Yeah, I think there's been a motion and a second, so now we have to vote if you want to do something different.
yeah, we can have discussion and then that vote, and then we could accept it or refuse it and then have another motion. So you could kill it and then do another motion, or you could pass it and then amend it.
I have a question. Are we still in discussion?
We're in discussion, yep.
Sharon, Christy, Cheryl, all you guys, do you firmly believe that if we were to move forward with this year, that we have the people in place to be able to pull this off? Point blank. I'm not, because I am very inclined, in the very beginning, I'm like, I'm not so sure that we're ready for this because of everything that's going on. But Marianne brings up a very good point. I'm also inclined, I like being the first to do things. I believe we've got the staff and the people too, but I'm not in it every day. I think now possibly could be a great time to do it because of the situation we're in with the COVID-19, with people already seeing different things with the online work and stuff like that. So I'm very interested and very inclined to move that direction as well. But do you guys believe this, with the staff you have, that we could pull this off?
Yes, I can wholeheartedly say that the staff that we have is amazing, and we've seen that this spring and having to shift on a dime, and they did great work. So yes, I believe we have staff in place that can do it.
And I am a firm believer in, we have competition right out our back door in a number of areas besides Amazon as well. And we've got to keep our people. We got to keep our good people moving forward if we're going to make all this work for the kids. And I agree too that, I mean, we're seeing the response of the teachers as well as the community on, you know, retaining those individuals and hiring newer individuals as well. So, okay, thank you for that.
I guess I have one more question as well. Will, if we choose not to, for some reason, do a 4-day week this year and postpone it until next year, will we have to cut more staff versus if we took a 4-day year this coming year and did that change right away?
I'm looking at, sure, we're still working on all of the budget aspects, but things are going to have to be cut regardless.
I feel pretty safe in saying yes, we will cut.
Yeah.
Given the holdbacks from the state. Of course, our supplemental levy is an unknown at this moment.
That 4-day week would just make the cutting less severe.
Potentially retain more teachers if we went to a 4-day week, whereas if we were at a 5-day week, we would potentially have to cut more personnel.
Correct. Potentially, yes.
So then, Sharon, are you guys saying that delaying it 1 year, we wouldn't, do you think we'd have the same kids at risk a year from now versus now? You don't think preparing for a year would make a difference in the at-risk kids?
No, I think we have at-risk kids and we will always have at-risk kids.
Okay. So we have a motion on the floor. What's the second? To move to a 4-day week. Any more discussion? Should we do everybody by eye or should we do a roll call vote?
I'd say aye, same as we always do.
Okay, make sure everybody hears. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 And aye. Motion passed.
Lots of work ahead, but we can do it.
We can do it.
Action item 6B, civics exam.
So this should be a relatively quick item. Currently in Idaho code, there's a requirement for a civics exam in order for students to graduate. The actual requirement reads this: all secondary pupils must show they have met the state civics and government standards for such instruction through the successful completion of the civics test or alternate path established by the local school district or charter school that shows the student has met the standards. For the state's allowance, as a result of the pandemic we're currently facing, we are asking for the board to allow us some flexibility for students that are part of the 2020 graduating class, in which we would allow the administration collectively to determine whether or not they have met this requirement using successful completion of U.S. history and government. So a little, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yes, we would need a motion to waive it for those few students who.
Yeah, basically a motion to allow us the flexibility to determine at the administrative level whether or not those students have met the requirement of the civics exam.
I'll make that motion. I'll make a motion to allow some flexibility for the administration of the local school district to evaluate kids as to if they pass the requirements for the civics exam.
I second it.
All those in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Motion passes. So next is executive session.
Don't we need to do the surplus?
Kirk, I think we have that action item.
Yeah, the surplus.
G, requesting
Oh.
surplus.
Thank you.
since I'm the one that requested the amended consent agenda, is the second portion. I get the maintenance portion of it, but I guess I'm a little confused on the athletic department portion of it. It's an indoor hitting net for softball and baseball. Wondering who inspects those, because undoubtedly if they're going to Club 44, they're still in usable condition. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, and I know Club 44, is there a conflict of interest because that is the JV baseball coach? So did he do the evaluation? I just don't want to, if we're on a budget and we're looking at things that need improvements, then I'm all for it. But if it's just going to a club that is going to utilize it just like the baseball team or softball team would, I guess I'm a little confused.
Okay, Riggs, can I speak to that? This is Cheryl. We have an agreement with that group that allows our teams to practice at his facilities for free. And so they've been using that equipment for the last few years in lieu of charging us rent or fees to allow our teams to practice there. So the idea, and it is old equipment, it is functioning, but I know that the high school has hopes to build their own facility, and they've been raising money and setting money to try to do something like that. They would not use this old equipment. So rather than continue to let this group use it, we would like them to buy it. That we probably wouldn't move it into our facility, a new facility anyway. And I kind of, when I came, had Andy put together an agreement so that we were covered on liability and such, and allowing our players to use that facility. But so that's kind of been a trade and unofficial, and we're trying to clean it up and make sure that.
Sure, I just know that before, like when I was on the board and actually, in the baseball program, I know that there was community members that actually offered to build a heavy facility, and that was turned down by the school district. So I just hate to see funds that aren't necessarily needed to be spent. I know that they have a hitting facility down here at the community center as well prior. So, I did play baseball, I get it. I just want to make sure that we're doing it the right way and not necessarily just passing off because people are doing favors.
Yeah, no, it's more, I feel like either we need to bring it back into our, where he can buy the equipment, but otherwise we need to either bring it back and use it on our facility.
Sure, it throws a little bit of red flag for me because the minimum is 500. It's listed at 495 before it needs to still envelopes auction item. I'm just curious. I was just curious if you handled the agreement and you're good with it. I didn't know you had the agreement that you didn't have the agreement. So I'm comfortable with you handling it.
Okay. I was going to say we can also request sealed bids, and get some other quotes, but I think Andy has tried to, he's brought me some samples, and most of them were under that price, but, for that age and condition. But either way, we can get some sealed bids if you'd like to get an idea of, other cost estimates, but.
No, I think if there's multiple hands, it sounds like there has been, with the agreement, I'm comfortable.
Okay.
With signing around.
Okay. Thanks. Any questions on the maintenance stuff? I know the maintenance list was pretty extensive, but every bit of that equipment is completely inoperable and has just been piled up, and so we're hoping.
Like a dump run.
Yeah, well, we're hoping to generate a little bit of money with it though, to help purchase some additional equipment. So we probably will put it out and get some bids on it, and if not, we'll salvage it. We'll take it to get metal salvage, but they'll do something.
Okay, thanks for the answers.
So then we need a motion to accept the two surplus.
I make a motion to approve item B, request to accept the surplus.
Oh, sorry. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Now, we can move to executive session.
Mr. Chairman, can I ask just a clarifying question real quickly?
Absolutely.
I'm a little concerned on executive session. We listed subsection B. I'm not entirely sure that that represents what we have moved into executive session. We may need to consider adding also subsection A, which reads to consider hiring a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent wherein the respective qualities of individuals are to be evaluated in order to fill a particular vacancy or need. I'm not so sure that the discussion on contracts fits under the, I don't know, I've never had this come up before.
I think you're right, Kristen. I think we will, if I remember correctly, A and B, as long as the people want to go into executive session. Yes, I agree. Anybody have A on them? Or I think I have a lead to it. Okay. I got it. I can read them. Are you ready for them now?
Yeah, go ahead, motion.
Okay, so I move to go into executive session per Idaho Code 74-206, subsection A, to consider hiring a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent wherein the respective qualities of individuals are to be evaluated in order to fill a particular vacancy or need. This paragraph does not apply to filling a vacancy in an elective office or deliberations about staffing needs in general. And B, to consider the evaluation, dismissal, or disciplining of, or to hear complaints or charges brought against a public officer, employee, staff member, or individual agent, or public school student.
Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
By roll call, we'll take a vote.
Trustee Blackwell,
Yes.
trustee Moore,
Yes.
trustee Miller,
Yes.
trustee McConkey,
Yes.
trustee Adams,
Yes. Motion passes. So how are we doing executive session tonight?
Okay, so I sent all of you a link for executive session so that, and then we'll get that started. We'll pause the live streaming and we'll mute this phone. And then we'll meet in that link that I sent you earlier for the GoToMeeting.
Everybody have that link?
Yes, so Sharon, you'll meet for the first part of that and the second session, and then.
Yep, I'll go get you started and then,
Okay.
yep.
Perfect.
Okay.
Okay, Kirk, I think we're all back. We need to motion back into. Hi, Kirk, can you hear us?
I can hear.
Okay, we just need to have a motion to come out of executive session.
I'll make a motion to come out of executive session.
Is there a second? All those in favor say it. Oh, we gotta do a roll call though.
Yeah, roll call vote.
Trustee Blackwell?
Yes.
Trustee Moore?
Yes.
Trustee Miller?
Yes.
Trustee McConkey?
Yes.
Trustee Adams?
Yeah. We are back in session. I would entertain a motion or motion, actions resulting from the executive session.
I would like,
Sorry, I'd like to make a motion to extend Dr. Reberry's contract.
There's a second.
second.
Any discussion? None seeing, I'll call the vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Carried. Is there any other motion?
I would also like to make a motion that HR / communications officer and directors listed.
Hey, can I stop for just a minute? I think we need to go back to the motion on my contract and make sure you specify you're adding a year or however you're doing that. So that we know how to, that's okay. It just dawned on me that we didn't say how long.
Yeah, no, we didn't. Yeah, it's adding a, so can I just amend that and add a year?
Yes.
Should we second that again, maybe, I guess, and make a motion? Or make a vote?
You'll just amend the motion and then you can re-vote.
Okay. So I amend the motion to extend Dr. Reberry's contract for 1 additional year.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. Motion carries. Is there any more motion?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion that HR / communications officer and directors listed have 2-year contracts. All other contracts being principal listed are 1 year.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Does that motion cover all the contracts listed in the consent agenda? Sharon?
No, that was just covering the administrator contracts.
So do we need to add to that motion, or do we need to make a separate motion for the rest of them?
Either way is fine. Whatever's most comfortable for you.
So we'll just amend it and add administrator.
No, you would add
A teacher.
the rest of the contracts listed in the consent agenda.
Teacher contracts.
Oh, okay,
Yeah.
then to add the rest of the administrative teacher contract in that contract as 1 year. Is that what I'm saying?
Yes.
So we have an amended motion. include? What do we include?
Did the HR and communication officer and directors listed on the administrative as 2-year contract, principals 1 year, all other administrator contract teachers is 1 year.
No, it's the HR and communications, principals, and then teachers.
Okay. I'll slaughter this one more time.
It might be
Thank you
easiest,
for stepping up.
yeah, Marianne, it might be easiest if you break the teachers off of your motion, just because they're on a different type of contract. It might be cleaner that way.
So my first one was in mine.
So yeah, your first one can just cover directors and principals. And then your next one could cover certified teachers.
So the motion we have on the floor, is for the HR communications person and the directors listed as 2-year contracts and the principals for 1. And we have a second to that. All those in favor?
Who was the second?
Discussion.
All for the vote.
No discussion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion passes. And we have one last motion, or
Yes, for teacher contracts.
I move to approve all teacher contracts as presented. In the consent agenda.
do we have a second?
Second.
Do we have any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Do we have any other motions? Seeing none, I call for adjournment.
I make a motion to adjourn this meeting.
Second?
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
everyone.